运动员中国选手周龙，中国选手肖翔宇。7号台裁判员王文熙，运动员中国选手徐晓彤，中国选手申浩然。8号台裁判员徐瑞涵，运动员伊朗选手阿里托代尔，中国台北选手柯秉义。9号台裁判员陈思雨，运动员中国选手孙红瑞，中国选手刘任。10号台裁判员杨雨红，运动员伊万卡科夫斯基，中国选手吴佳庆。11号台裁判员孙金林，运动员中国选手孙源，中国选手安东石。12号台裁判员张毅，运动员中国选手李博，中国选手卞方明。13号台裁判员张家辉，运动员中国选手吴振宇，中国选手常乐。14号台裁判员张子妍，运动员中国香港选手叶建明，中国选手赵建波。15号台裁判员张一红，运动员中国选手任穗杰，英国选手加雷斯波茨。16号台裁判员蔡成元，运动员中国选手
whatever comes first, and they take the highest score.
现在比赛开始。
I think I was a little bit muted before, so I'm back on now. So we're starting here, 25 frames and a 3-hour time limit on the match, and the highest score moves on. We're in the final 32 round here, and the information that I'm going to pass on to you guys is if we lose, we're out. So thank everybody for joining for this midnight start. My name's Adam. You can follow me. My link to my Facebook is on the description for this match here. Our opponent's name today is Reti. Not too familiar with him. Pretty solid break though. I think the opponents are going to be a lot tougher as we head into the final 32. I believe both co-brothers are still in this event. Good evening, Grumpy One. Good evening, Richard. And everybody who can't type in the chat for whatever reasons. Pretty horrible way to lose 2 matches ago, to put him on the loser's side with that fluky 9-ball shot his opponent did in the last frame. But luckily we bounced back on our loser's side match and we find ourselves here. This guy's got a pretty solid stance. Kind of snookerish. Dead straight on the 9, on the rail. break and run to start. 10 points on the board. So for people who are just joining, I'm going to run through the rules really quickly here. It's a point-based system. You get 10 points for a break and run. You get 4 points for just a regular win. If you foul, you concede 1 point to your opponent. And there is a 3-foul rule in effect, but it doesn't have to be consecutive 3 fouls. It can be 3 fouls at any time during the frame as a loss. So keep that in mind. And if the player breaks dry and you come to the table starting from the 1 ball, obviously you would start from the 1 ball. If they broke dry, I mean, and you clear it, it's 7 points. 3 hours or 25 frames, whatever comes first. I'll try and recap the rules every 15, 20 minutes or so, or if anyone has a question about them, if they came late, just put in the chat. And there's a break rule in effect too. I believe it's a 3-point break rule. So a combination of 3 balls have to pass the head string, or pocketed balls plus passing the head string to equal 3. Hopefully we'll get a look at Alex this frame. And no push-outs, guys. No push-outs. I like the no push-out rule. Who agrees? As we get a first look of Alex here in the round of 32. People are wondering, he's playing with a Lomax butt and a Pagulayan carbon fiber shaft. Our shafts will be available, hopefully, pretty good chance before the holidays. Stay tuned for that. As he put a nice safety on. Those safety points are pretty important. Chipping away 1 point here, 1 point there throughout 3 hours can really make a difference, you know. As you can see from a couple matches ago when we lost in the last frame by 1 point, you know, if we just fouled the opponent twice or he scratched one more time, it's different. So it might not seem like much, but fouls are pretty built into the strategy as well. Also, if you guys want, comment where you're from, where you're watching from, share the stream and like the stream. It's late, but you know, people might be looking to watch some 9-ball and some 9-foot snooker tables and they don't know what's going on, so. Richard, I don't have information on the diameter sizes that I can give you and be confident about. So we're going to hold off on that. But it is a good question. I just don't have a good answer for you. We got LA and Las Vegas. So that's West Coast. Let's see where the most random place is that people are watching from. Lee Smith from BC, Rhode Island. Okay. Norway, Norway, Norway. Wow, all over. We got Europe, US, Canada, Asia. Anyone from Africa here? A few innings so far in this frame, a little back and forth safety play, and I think we can get this one ball in here and start a run. I think I said, I think. Watching from Guyana, South Africa. Guyana, sorry, Guyana. Welcome. I think there's a lot of good black ball players from South Africa. Oh yeah, I've been watching a little bit of the Florida Open today too. Did you guys see Earl Strickland's cue? Isn't that crazy? Yeah, Gary, it's 10-0, but it's not really 10-0. Like, I'm not sure if you know the rules. It's a scoring system, so Alex's opponent broke and ran the first rack, and it's 10 points for a break and run. So in reality, if you were looking at it that way, it's only 1-0, but 10-0 in reality. I can explain the scoring system after this frame if you're going to stick around. It's just like regular 9-ball. Flukes count. So we're playing on 3.8-inch pockets with rounded corners like Snooker and American. I think these look like the Hyperion ball set. Tokyo, Japan. Nice. Scarborough. Nice. Hey, I've seen you in the chat. Size of table is 9 feet. 9 feet. It's the way the camera is positioned that makes it look maybe a little long. It's 9 feet. Scarborough, if you look on the top left of your screen, you'll see a logo from Le Spot Billiards. That's in Scarborough, Ontario, and that is where Alex spent most of his time practicing, playing, hanging out. It's a pool room here. One of the oldest still running pool rooms in Toronto. I believe they still have the original carpet from the 1970s. Yeah, pockets are 3.8 inches. Just give me a sec, guys. Give me a sec. All right, I'm back, guys. It is insane, especially with the American-sized balls. Bouncy rails. Nothing is a gimme on these tables. Even where the 8-ball is situated right now, I can tell you with confidence, you know, his opponent or even Alex is not too confident on where the 8-ball is positioned. What's up, Eddie? We couldn't ask for a better situation there, you know. We gain 1 point on the scratch, we get ball in hand, and we can pretty much get as close to the 8-ball as we want here. So he pretty much served it up on a platter for us. Once again, guys, I have the same view as you. I don't have any special views. So if I confuse a ball like a 6 for an 8-ball because of the color, I apologize. And just to prove my point on how difficult those shots are, he intentionally moved that 8-ball closer to the pocket. It wasn't, he didn't overhit it, he didn't whatever. That was a deliberate shot there. Just for all you doubters who think you can make these balls with ease. He's on the 50-50 here, but I believe he'll go in the lower left if he's feeling adventurous, but the bank is there. I like the two-way here, leaving the cue ball down on the yellow lettering there if he misses. But we're going corner. Yeah, I think he was pretty confident with cutting it in there. I kind of like the bank and leaving the cue ball down in the center diamond on the bottom rail and aiming, you know, to go a little long on the bank in case he misses. But regardless, we turned a 10-0 deficit into 5. We are in the round of 32 right now, Eddie. I'm answering your question. I have a screenshot of when the tournament is supposed to end. Just give me 1 second. I'm pulling it up. All right, so what's the date today? Today is the 8th. So today and tomorrow, they are 3-hour matches and 30 frames. I said 25 frames before. So it's 30 frames for today and tomorrow. I'm going to guess the tournament. If I see another screenshot here, I have. It's August. Okay, so if it goes right to the end, the tournament goes until August 10th. And I have the prize pools for you guys as well. Yeah, so the tournament goes until the 10th if we make it all the way. And sorry, I said 8th. 8 and 5, I got mixed up. Whatever. 8 and 5 meaning August is the 8th month. Okay, so first place gets 2 million RMB, which is equivalent of 280,000 US, which is like 400,000 Canadian. Runner-up gets 800,000 RMB. So the way I look at it is it's 1/5 of whatever it is. So 2 million RMB, then it goes to 800,000 RMB, then 300,000, and then it pays all the way up to whatever, a lot of spots. But we're gunning for the 400K Canadian here, guys, or the 280 US. It's a lot of money. A lot of money. And never mind the love of the game, but that's a big factor too. But you can see why players will choose to play these events in the future. A lot of sponsors, they put a lot of money into this game to make it professional. As you can see by the jerseys, covered in sponsors. I'm trying to get one of these jerseys for you guys so we can do a little giveaway. I'm trying, guys. I know Alex had plans to come back to the US later this month for some events. We're going to see how the rest of the month goes. So I'll leave you with no promises on the US Open this year, guys. We'll see. We'll keep you posted. But for sure, we'll see you at the Derby City in January. And for sure, we'll see you in Vegas in February. And some stops in between. Hopefully the US Open, guys. Fingers crossed. I said this in some other chats before, other streams before, but I don't think a lot of these Chinese players have ever broken a rack of one pocket. I don't think they've ever broken a rack of straight pool, maybe once or twice in their life. So a lot of Alex's all-around knowledge really helps him here in the safety battles, in the leaves that he gives his opponent, in his position plays, his safety plays. He really likes to grind down his opponents, especially in later stages of tournaments. definitely can make more money in China than the US Open, but I think another US Open title would be like a nice notch on the belt. Wouldn't you guys say? Or another major US title would be nice. Obviously, he's well versed in using the rake. He's Canadian snooker champion. I'm guessing he needs to maintain some US presence as most of his market is there. You'd be surprised. We ship worldwide, guys. Our chalk is, if not the best on the market right now. So everywhere around the world, people are using our products. Alex has been in China now or in Asia, mostly China, and back home, back and forth for, I want to say since March at least, or even earlier than that, February maybe. After Vegas, he went straight to China and hasn't been back to the US since. So yeah, he's hang on, after this show. He's been playing a lot of Chinese pool even the last few years, you know. He's made some deep runs years before, but I don't believe he's played this many consecutive Chinese 8-ball or Duya 9-ball events and dedicate as much time as he has been the last year or so on this game. He's looking to be ahead of the curve when the US invasion comes for these tournaments, is my guess. We do have a strong fan base in US for his product as well. Any chance we get to travel with him, we always set up a booth wherever we go. We will have a booth at Derby City this year or next year in 2025 in January. Sorry, 2026 in January, and we will be set up in Vegas at the Westgate for the Predator World events as well in February. So come check us out. And we will have our shafts available to test out and to purchase. Tyler Steyer using Pag Chalk today, yeah. I've seen him using it for a while as well. $10-9, guys. You know how important that is, like as we see an illegal break? So our opponent has the option there for a re-rack, or he can take it as is. I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah. So we lost the lag. Our opponent breaks and runs first out of the gate, and he's got a lot of confidence. And we just chip away, and now his body language is not the same as it was after the first rack. It's pricey. It's competitive with whatever's out there at this moment. Also, it lasts a long time, so you buy a two-piece box, 2 pieces of chalk will last you. I don't know how often you play. I play pretty often, and I sincerely believe that 2 pieces of chalk can last me 10 months to a year, and I play pretty frequently. So it's a small investment for the longevity of your equipment, keeping it clean, keeping your hands clean, not getting stains on your clothes either. It's an investment, guys. I'll give a proper shout out to La Spot. If you're ever in Scarborough, Toronto area, go check out La Spot Billiards. There's kind of like, there's Alex's table there that he likes to practice on. I believe it's table 11 that he used to use all the time. It's a gold crown. They do have diamonds there. Good food, good prices, good people. Go say hi to Marco. Go say hi to Paul Thornley. He's there. You can always listen to some stories from him. A win here would put us into the final 16, and I think from the information that I got from a source that if we lose, we're out, guys. Lasts long and it doesn't roll away. Yes, and sort of yes. Lasts long, 100%. Doesn't roll away. If you drop it on the ground, it doesn't roll away. I'll be honest with you guys, I've dropped one of them in a pocket by accident, like in a ball return pocket, and the good news is it didn't roll all the way down. It like did a few rotations and I was able to stick my hand in and grab it. So that's the bonus too. If you do accidentally drop it in a pocket with a ball return, it won't drop all the way down. Chicken wings. That's a random comment. I think maybe you're referring to get the chicken wings at La Spot, because those are pretty good. Or you're just saying random words in the chat. I don't know. Appreciate all you guys tuning in. I'm happy this match started at midnight as opposed to 3 a.m. like yesterday. Hopefully we can all stick around to the end. It'll be 3 hours or 30 frames, whatever comes first. I don't know if he has the angle to draw back for the 6 in the top right. If not, he'll just stun it over for the 6 in the top left. think he can draw back. Pretty perfect, guys. Pretty perfect cue ball. Eddie, I'll agree. Well, not agree. Yeah, the format is a little bit different, but once you... Oh, that's a big error. He can draw. I think we should delete that comment that he can draw. Let's get the jump cue in action. Boom. There you go, guys. We just wanted to show off, you know? We just wanted to show off. We can say that this frame is in the bag, guys. Anyways, let me get back to my statement about the format. So it makes sense in these long races to have the point system, and it seems to work. I don't think it'll ever get adapted into North America, simply for the fact that you would need referees at every table doing the score, or you'd have to trust your opponent to do your score for you, and argument-wise with points. So it's a lot easier to click one button and move a score up 1 or 2 than it is to do 10 and then 7 and 4. But it works pretty well over here in China for this game. Unfortunately, I can't do replays on here. Yeah, but I'll see about putting it on a on its own post for that jump shot. Maybe that whole run out. Maybe we can put up on Alex's Facebook page. Maybe tomorrow. It was a pretty sweet jump shot, though. As we take the lead 16-10. It was a run from the 1 ball, so we got 7 points on that one. Pretty huge. But as you can see, for the new people that don't know, we're going to lose a point there on the foul. So our opponent will move to 11 and get ball in hand. And this is a good transition into telling you guys that if he runs out from here, from the 1 ball, he will get 7 points. I think that's the Chinese player Tong Lu to your right. Very good player. That might be in the side pocket. Wow. Just like that, we lose a point, but we get it back. But, and here's another good transition. So even if Alex runs here from the 2 It's not worth 7 points. It always has to start from the 1 ball. So we'll just try and grab some points here with some safeties. Maybe. I guess that's the 3 and the 8. It's tough to get on the 3 ball. So maybe we'll try and reposition the ball somehow and maybe pick up a few points with safeties. Or just use a little bottom right and come off the side rail into the 3 ball. I will explain the point system, Eric, after this rack. If you can be patient. You know, actually, this rack doesn't seem too technical where you guys need to be walked through, so I can explain it for you. So these matches are timed on this stage of the event. They're 3 hours long or 30 frames, whatever comes first, and they take the highest score after 30 frames or 3 hours. For a break and run, you receive 10 points. For winning the game normally, after a few innings, if you score the 9 ball, you get 4 points. If your opponent breaks dry and you reverse break and run them, however you want to call it, you reverse run the table, you get 7 points. And a foul gives 1 point to your opponent. Does that make sense to you? Kind of hoping he made that 4 ball now that we... Oh, no, sorry, that's his opponent. Good shot. So also, there is a 3 foul rule here, but... Hang on. But they don't have to be consecutive. So you can 3 foul your opponent at any point in the match. You can give them 2 fouls and then let them shoot a few after or whatever. So the interesting part is it doesn't have to be consecutive fouls. Exactly, Eric. Exactly. It really plays into his strengths. All around knowledge. All around. And another interesting factor is the time factor. You know, you play the clock too. If it's a close game, you know, and there's 15 minutes left or 10 minutes left, you know, you start slowing your pace down. Maybe you play an extra safety or 2. Instead of trying to give up 4 points, you prolong it, and hopefully the time will run before your opponent can catch up. Yeah, you would get 3 points for each foul, plus for the win. It would be 7 points. Correct. Guys, also, you can follow me on Facebook. I put out like some stuff, content, amateur, cool content, whatever you want to call it. I post some Alex content as well, my own stuff that I have. Just some general pool stuff. The link to my Facebook is on the description of this stream here. Nice. Just like that, we go on a 21-1 run from 10-0 down. Frame 6 out of 30. We're 20% done, guys. Playing pretty strong. No, the re-rack does not count as a frame played. No. And on an illegal break, the incoming player has the option to play it as is, or he gets to break on a re-rack. This stage of the tournament, it's a 3-hour time limit. 3 hours or 30 frames. I believe in the final or semifinals, I believe the matches go up to 4 hours with 35 frames, I think. But no, hopefully I'll be able to explain that to you guys in the finals. We still got 5 more days of action if it goes to the finals. What a break. Legal break and beautiful look at the 2-ball with a chance to take 10 points here. So let's all watch this table run together, guys. I'm not sure what he's asking me. What's up, Gideon? Definitely, he has an advantage in tactical situations, in safeties, in cue ball placement after safeties. 32 players. And from the information that I received, if we lose, we're out. I know that each round is a double elimination. So if you're in the 128 and you lose, but then you make it to the 64, you get your life back for the round of 64, and then you get your life back for the round of 32. But I think at the round of 32, it's all single. So don't hold me accountable if I'm wrong. This is just the information that I got from a source over there. If somebody knows for certain, they can correct me, but yeah. 32 still in. And out of those 32, the notable ones that I know are the guy playing to the right of us, Tong Lu, and I think 2 of the Ko brothers are still in. Excellent shot. Look for him to take a fly at the 9-ball here. Playing a safety jump here, you know, there's a lot of traffic. I like smash the 9-ball here if I'm him. Good things happen. Good things happen. Yeah, Kopinyi and Koping Chung is there. I think the 3rd brother is there too, but I don't think he's still in. You have to wonder, like, these guys are always asking for the cue ball to be cleaned. Like, why don't they just switch their chalk? There must be an easier solution, right? If you switch your chalk, you might be able to get on the 7-ball. Just kidding, sort of. Brutal for this guy. He has fouled on his last 4 trips at the table. Not consecutively, of course, but the last 4 times at the table, he's come off the table to a foul. That's 5 points on our side just on fouls. You didn't miss much except for that foul there, and we might take another 4 points. Straight into the bottom right. Good cue ball placement. Stuck on the back rail. Most of the Asian players appear to have a foundation in snooker. Snooker is popular in China, as well as Chinese 8-ball. It's pretty much 8-ball played on these tables as well. Yeah, you're not going to see very many Chinese players have exaggerated strokes and body English and head movement and elaborate strokes as you see US players and I guess some Canadian players too. They have a very uniformed stroke. Training. There's academies there. I believe they pay them to practice. They get grants from the government. So they're perfectionists in everything. But yeah, snooker and hay ball, which is Chinese 8-ball, and yep, There you go. Build our lead. No lead is safe in this. 30 points can evaporate in a few frames. That is a legal break as the 3 ball just crossed. We have a look at the 2. I believe it does go in the top right. Whether he's going to go for it is a different question. But the break and run looks inviting if he can just control his speed on the 2 and come out 2 rails for the 3. Another option here is in the side, and it's a 2-way, putting the cue ball behind the 8, and the 2 ball can go in off the 6, or he can put it right in the corner. Let's see. There you go. Yeah, I'm not calling the match. I called a match in the last 2 frames with like 10 minutes left a couple streams ago, and almost had a heart attack. I put my reputation on the line by calling the match, and I was shaking in my boots a bit. And what's up, Rackham 50? What's up? We're working on a break and run here, guys. We're working on 10 points. A little short. Personally, I like coming 2 rails that way. 5 in the side and using the short and long rail. He kind of checked it there off the top rail. I don't like that. I'm going to write him an email about that one. Yeah, I had a debate with somebody about banking on these tables into the side pockets. I think they bank pretty easily, or easier than on a diamond or on a Rassin or Gold Crown. Fucking, I can't believe he played that. We're allowed to swear here. Holy fuck. It's risky to play that kind of shot. Only because they bank easily, because they're rounded into the side. So there's a little bit, maybe there's like a couple more, there's a lot more area for the ball to drop, and it won't spit out and hit the corner. Someone told me no, they're harder, but I'm sticking with my guns, and I think they bank easier. Fight me. Well, we didn't get the 10 points with the break and run, but we're going to be happy getting these 4 points on the board here. That's another one on my side for the bank easier. Thank you. Vargas, what's up, buddy? For people who don't know, Eric Vargas, he's a good friend of Alex, and he's a professional player out of Calgary. If you guys are ever in Calgary, look up Eric Vargas. He'll play you. I'll explain the scoring for you while she's racking. You get 10 points for a break and run. You get 4 points for scoring the 9, like on a non-break and run. If anybody scores the 9, like regular 9 ball, if you win the game, you get 4 points. If you foul, you put 1 point on your opponent's side, and there's a 3-point rule on the break. So a combination of 3 balls have to pass the head string, or a combination of pocketing balls and balls across the head string has to equal 3. And it's in this stage of the tournament, we're playing 3-hour rounds and 30 frames. I'll confirm the 30, I'm pretty sure. I know I did say 25 before, but I'll have to check my screenshots after, but I believe in this round it's 30 frames. Yes, and 9 on the break is 7 points. Break and run is everything then. Yeah, I mean, it'll put a lot of points on your side, but it's really tough to break and run. You're not going to see very many packages put together like you do in American pool. You might see it in later stages, like when we get down to the quarterfinals, you might see a couple 3-packs, possibly a 4-pack, but it's not as frequent as you would think on these tables. Yeah, he had a heartbreak of a loss yesterday, but we bounced back and made it to the final 32. We bounced back with a nice win, and we find ourselves here. And from my very good source over there, and someone who is close with Alex over there and watches his matches and helps him out over there, he informed us that if we lose, we're out. So where can you look up the rules for this? If you can maybe Google, like, that's a foul. If you can look up Duya 9-ball rules, maybe it'll pop up. Opponent is tilted. I think you're half right. He could be tilted for lots of reasons, and I believe that Alex knows this, and he had a big part in him being tilted, you know, with the safety plays, with the jump shot that he made in the second frame. grinding his opponent. He's grinding. That's what he does. He's a grinder. Alex looking for his first Duya championship and a nice payday of 400,000 Canadian dollars. Which is equal to about 280,000 US dollars. So they're taking it pretty seriously. As his opponent stares off into the distance, wondering where it all went wrong so fast. Some movement there from someone that we can't see. I'll tell you why it makes you wonder why anyone plays anything else but these events. Simple reason. And that reason is the travel and the commitment and the time away from whatever. And the skill, you know, if you bring someone, American players, let's just say, or North American players, like an example would be like a Sky Woodward or a Steyer type player, even filler, you know, if they come into these tournaments, I don't think they're going to do that well. They're going to make it deep runs. It takes lots of practice on these tables. Sure, their strokes are straight as an arrow, but strategy, it's like insane. So I think they're underdogs coming in here unless they practice. So, and the travel is pretty exhausting, and a lot of the times you're alone in China. You know, what are you going to do? You're stuck at the venue, you're stuck at the hotel. I think a lot of them prefer playing stateside and grabbing their titles there or their monthly tournaments. Yeah, I wasn't comparing Tyler and Sky. I was just giving examples of the types of American players that would come, like even Federer. You know, why wouldn't he why wouldn't he want to come here, right? There's a reason. You know, obviously he's dominating the US right now, but I'm almost positive we'll see Federer in these events in the next couple of years. I hope that answers your question. Yeah, and I think a lot of their sponsors, you know, they won't even front out for them to come here. You know, unless one of their players wins, they're not going to get much publicity out of it. you know, it's a big commitment to come play these events. There's lots of them throughout the year. You know, I've seen the schedule for these 9-ball events and even these 8-ball events here, and they have a couple. Well, a lot of them are big paydays, but they run like every couple weeks, different venues. So, but like I said, in a few years, I wouldn't be surprised if you see Filler and Feder and some young guys coming over. Yeah, sponsors is a good one because these aren't streamable to everyone. You need special access for streams and links and Chinese servers, and you know, it's not easy to get these streams for you guys, so we appreciate when you share them and like them and get them out there. We do a lot of work to get these streams up for you guys. So yeah, a lot of sponsors, they like to put their logos on there and their ads and for their equipment or cues, whatever, and they won't be able to do that in these events, you know. Markham, Ontario, Alex's hometown. He's not jumping this one. You know, even if he makes it in the side, he's going away from the 3-ball. So I look for a kick safety here. Yes, Alex is from Markham, Ontario. And I live on the border of Markham, Ontario. And if you see on the top left, the Spot Billiard Lounge, that is Alex's home room when he comes back home here. He grew up playing there. He's got his own, most of his trophies are there. He's got pictures there, and all his banners are there. If you're ever in Scarborough, Ontario, go check out Le Spot Billiards. They're not paying me to say this. I just love the place. He is from the Philippines, correct. But he represents Canada. Who agrees that they're kind of happy his opponent might win this rack? We don't want a blowout, guys. We want some drama. We don't want to run away with it. It's too early. We got 2 hours left, you know. We don't want a 60 to 15 lead. That's no fun. But like, don't make it too close. A rack here and there to keep Alex on his toes. That's what I mean. Who agrees? I agree. I didn't see what frame that was. I don't know if she changed it yet. I think we might be on frame 10 or 11. I'm not sure. La Spot garlic wings. Yeah. You can even, when you eat the La Spot garlic wings, you can even shark your opponent after. You know, you just leave some burps around when you miss your shot, and then your opponent just walks right into them. And their eyes start watering and they miss. Anything you can do to get a win, right? A 20-point cushion can evaporate in 2 frames. Alex is using his prized Lomax butt that he's had for quite some time, and on the Lomax butt is a Pagulayan carbon fiber shaft. I believe his specs are 12.5 he requested. The Pagulayan shaft is coming out before the holidays this year, so you can grab them for your pool playing friends as gifts or for yourself. They will be available. We're building them. Made in Canada, guys. And speaking to Alex, he's been using it for actually our other creator of the brand, Greg. He actually, in, I want to say March or April, he flew down to China to actually hand deliver the shaft to him, and he's been playing it with it since. And he told us that he wished that we made it sooner for him. So that's how much he puts trust in it. I hope that answers your question. And we got butts coming too, but let's get the shaft out of the way first. I've heard the name Bernie Mickelson, but I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know him. What's up, Ryan? Thanks for joining, and share the stream and like the stream, get it out there. A lot of people don't know what's going on. Some people might want to watch some pool on Tuesday. Some live pool, switch from the Florida Open to the Duya Open. He's free swinging. No plan there, I don't think. Look for Alex to jump this one if he can't squeeze through. Looks like he can swerve it. What tip? Pagulayan tip. They're not out yet. There's 3 Pagulayan tips out in circulation on the globe right now. Alex has one. I have one. And a junior player, local player here by the name of, I'll give him a shout out, I guess, Antonio Ayala. Those are the 3 people that have them. But they'll be available to you guys in the next little while, probably before the shafts come out. But I can tell you from experience, they hit pretty good. They don't mushroom. Nice, solid contact. Soft, medium, hard. I play with the medium. No complaints. They're stacked leather tips. I think his opponent's getting pretty frustrated here. Strong start. Frame 1, he does a break and run, and we went on a 35-5 run after that. And he's grinding him down even more. No shame, no shame. When there's 400,000 on the line, no shame, guys. We're gonna grind them. Super soft. I'm not sure about super soft. I can't give you any more information except that I know they're soft, medium, and hard, and I'm not being biased when I say they're really good tips. I believe they'll be a strong contender to be up there with the best ones that are on the market these days. And I strongly believe that our carbon fiber shaft will surpass the ones that are on the market today, build-wise, technology-wise, research-wise, and all of the stuff that goes into it. Yeah, I think he can cut that 3 in the side, and we're gonna try and pick up another 4 points here. Maybe he needs to run into the 8 ball to slow it down. We'll see. Wow. How lucky did we get? How lucky did we get? His opponent is laughing audibly, I think. That's kind of weird. Well, he's got another 2.5 hours for the torture, if that's what it's going to be. Beautiful. I might go in, actually. Not so beautiful. You really can't tell the difference between my voice and Greg's voice? I mean, you can't tell the difference between my voice and Adam's voice? Come on. No, it's Adam. It's not Greg. DJ was right. $35-20. So you see how no lead is kind of like safe. So argument's sake, let's say our opponent breaks and runs after the break here. It's a 5-point game, you know? We got a little break here. So let's see who do you guys think is going to win the Florida Open? I have my guess. Let's see if anybody can guess what I'm thinking. Who will win the Florida Open? What's up, Eric? Bro, next year, save February. Me and you were teaming up, bro. That same tournament. Save the date, bro. We have a lot of local to Alex in the chat today. A lot of local to me as well. And don't worry, guys, I didn't forget about all the non-locals. Filler is not there. Filler is not playing. So that's out of the question. DJ says Federer, quite possibly. My guess is someone who had a really strong run at the Worlds. France says hello. Does that mean you're in France or somebody named France? I don't know. It would be hard to win if he's not there, but you know, Filler is just so good. He might win the Florida Open from somewhere else. That's how freaking good he is. Obviously, Beato's a strong contender, but I'm thinking of Bernie Regulario. He had some strong wins today at Florida, and he's coming off a nice finish at the Worlds. Don't be surprised if you see him win. Oh, Natalie, yes. see her on TikTok all the time. Your 10th pick, wow. I've been watching Bernie for years. I think I've been watching him play in the Philippines since he was about 14 years old, 13 years old. He used to stream his matches all the time when he was that young. He had like crazy pink hair back then. It was, even at 14, he was a strong shooter. Bernie has to beat John Mora next, yeah, and I'm kind of torn, you know. I love John Mora, for obvious reasons, but hopefully I'll have an opportunity to watch that match. It's very random which matches I get to watch. Sorry, let me go over the point system now that we have a little break in the action. So the gist of it is we're playing 9-ball on a more or less 9-foot snooker table. And these matches are 3 hours or 30 frames, whatever comes first. And they take the highest score after the 3 hours or the 30 frames. And you get 10 points if you break and run. If you win the game outright just by scoring the 9, it counts as 4 points. And if your opponent breaks dry and you come to the table starting from the 1 ball and you run the table from the 1 ball, it counts as 7 points. Any foul that you commit puts 1 point on your opponent's side. And there's also a 3-point rule on the break. So that is a legal break because the 1, 2, and 3 came up and down. So example would be here, it's probably not going to happen. It might, but if Alex if Alex runs the table from here, he will pick up 7 points. So I think 15 points is the good buffer here. We don't want to give up any more points. Obviously, the more our opponent is at the table, the more comfortable he's going to get. His name, by the way, is Reti. I'm not sure how to spell that, but first name Giu and then Reti. I'm not sure. That's his name. I don't think any of you guys are fans of him, so you're not going to correct me. Fired in. Obviously, the 4 ball is the problem ball in this rack. So we're not too concerned about giving up innings here in this frame. Four ball does bank into the right side pocket. It's pretty close to the rail, but with a good angle, you can avoid the double kiss. Drew ratio. Okay, there you go. Ready. So I was right, but wrong. Also, guys, there is a 3 foul rule in this as well, but the 3 fouls do not have to be consecutive. So you can foul them and then save one, foul them, save one. It just has to be within the frame. Eight baller. Do you know this player? Like, you've seen him play before, or you just found his name? I'm just curious because maybe you can tell us a little bit about his opponent. Yeah, the bank isn't on anymore, guys. The bank into the top right is on. Into the top right corner. That's an option. There's a little bit of a two-way shot there. He hit that pretty short. I prefer the two-way. Yeah, you got the 6 and 7 as a blocker. You got the 5 as a blocker. I think he should have put a little bit more effort into that one and actually gone for the bank instead of just freaking doing that, but whatever. What do I know? It is on the match info. Sorry, I don't have my Facebook open. Well, you might get to see one of the Coe brothers versus Alex in the next round, possibly. He originally went for his jump cue there, and then he remembered how short he is, so he went to his playing cue. And that was the smarter decision. You know, you're probably right, Eric. But, like, maybe he's just having an off day because, you know, he must be somewhat of a solid, strong player to make it from 256 down to the final 32, you know? So maybe he had an off day. Sorry, 500 players. I guess you're correct. I got the 256 because Alex comes in at round 256. He gets automatic buys and he gets to bypass certain rounds based on how good looking you are. So, like, people that start at the 500s, they need to work on their aesthetics. Alex Pagulayan. He's 5'4", guys. 5'4". Pretty important 4 points there. We still got about an hour and a half left of this match. We'll see what frame number we're in. I think we're in frame 13 or frame 12. So we're kind of behind pace on frames based on where we are time limit. Of course, these tables are difficult. You're playing with, someone corrected me, they said they're 3.37 inch pockets. I thought they were 3.8 inch. Either way, they're freaking small. So let's meet in the middle here and say 3.5 inches. I'm sure I'll be corrected by somebody pretty quickly. And we're playing with American sized balls, and they're snooker cut pockets and snooker cloth. So they're rounded pockets. So the balls spit out much more easily. Strategy here would be to get balls off the rail and a lot of safeties. You're right, Gideon. 5'3". Don't believe me? Check it out. He wants some TV time by staying on the table there, twirling the cue. I get it, bro. I get it. We're looking to pick up another 4 points here. If the one ball was on the table, we'd be looking to pick up 7 points. But since we're starting from the 2, this game is worth 4 points. Let me answer your question here. So if these tables are harder, why is it so difficult for these guys playing to never make it in the top 10 in any recognizable tournament? So I would say out of the, let's just say 256 players that, I'm just using 256 as an example here, maybe 200 of them have never left China. So you don't know what kind of titles they've won in their local tournaments here. A lot of them are champions local to China and Asia. They don't travel because they don't need to. Why would they travel to the US and play for 20,000 when they can stay in their own backyard and play for 100,000? Anyways, we got the 9 there. I'm pretty sure maybe some of you guys, even if you were to handpick 10 of them and fly them over to the States or to Canada, I'm pretty sure give them a month and a few of them would take down these tournaments. You know how they're paying so much more? Look at their jersey. Those aren't designs on the jersey. Those are sponsors, bro. All those white things you see are sponsors. And every table in these venues is streamable. So you don't know where all these other matches are being streamed to. You know, they could be streamed to lots of places around the world, lots of local places in China, restreamed. You know, it's no joke, bro. Wow, we got a golden break. 7 points. It's the first golden break in a long time. Must feel pretty nice. Got a 30-point lead, an hour and a half left. Gunning for 400,000. And each level is a huge pay jump too, you know? The ref is another incentive. Yes. You guys can hit the pause button at any time. But from her hair, she looks like a Lego character. I hope she won't rewatch this stream, and I hope she didn't hear me. Yeah, I think Alex is still a 820-ish, or like in between 810 and 820-ish Fargo. World class still. And I think Federer is number one right now at 840-ish or something. I'm not sure. So he's not far off from still being a top world contender. All right, let me, I can read you guys the payout structure after this rack. So just hang tight. I'll give you guys the payout structure. Richard, are you still in the chat? You've been quiet for a while. What's up, Carlos? Yeah, I said that. 847. Yeah, so from a source that I have from there, if we lose, we're out. And I'll read you guys the payouts. I can start now because why not? So champion runner-up gets 2 million RMB. When I say these values, you can just divide it by 5, and that will equal into Canadian dollars. And then you can convert that into US wherever you're from. So 2 million RMB, which is around 400,000 Canadian. Second place is 800,000 RMB. Third place is 300,000. And right now we're in the 30,000 RMB stage. So guaranteed 30,000 RMB divided by 5. You guys figure that out. So to sum it up, it's about $280,000 US for 5 more days of pool. The tournament finals day is on August 10th, so let's hope we get to August 10th. Yeah, someone told me the easiest way is just divide it by 5. I don't know about taxes on their winnings. I'm not an accountant, bro. I don't know the rules over there. I didn't mean that to sound rude. You know what I meant. Whatever. I think we got a pretty hefty lead. Guys, let's stop throwing numbers out and just focus on the 400,000 eventual prize, right? We can talk numbers in the final 8. I don't have a list. I don't have a bracket. I mean, I do have a bracket, but I didn't get an updated bracket today, so I'm not sure if Gareth is still in. I think there's a couple people that are there that are in the chat right now that will let me know if Gareth Potts is still in. Looking for another combo here. We've had one golden break and one 4-9 combo earlier. The combo's not on, Got to really thin the 4. He might just be going for an all-out safety. Or even the 9 off the 8, maybe. Guys, I think that was a 3-way shot. I think that was a 3-way shot. And he's walking away from the table like it was a 3-way shot. Oh, that's going to send his opponent into a spiral. Look for the steam. Look for the steam to come from this guy's head when he sits down. That was the Uncle Leo Cayenne in the coffee shop. It's a lot of words that I don't understand. Wow. Isn't it nice to have a 40-point lead with about an hour left and your opponent like not playing the greatest? It really makes your stroke smoother. It makes everything around the table a lot less pressure-ish. I do know who Uncle Leo is, but I don't understand the Cayenne in the coffee shop. I don't know that one, and I wasn't sure if you were making a Seinfeld reference with Uncle Leo. I haven't seen that guy Leo in a few years, so I'm not too positive. Guys, if you go to Pagulayan.net right now, pick up chalk, gloves, t-shirts, hoodies, memorabilia. I promise you we'll ship it out tomorrow. It'll get there quick. And keep an eye on there, and keep an eye on Facebook for release date of carbon fiber shaft that's made in Canada that Alex is playing with, the only one in the world. And it's in his hands. Hang on. What do you mean was a legend? He's still around, right? Like around? The last time I saw him was at my local pool hall like 2 years ago, and I haven't seen him since. So I hope he's doing well. Illegal break. His opponent opted for a re-rack there. Who made the shaft for him? Good question. I cannot answer that for you at this present moment. But you guys will find out in the future. But they are made in Canada, and eventually when our butts do come out, hopefully by the end of this year as well, they are also made in Canada. What makes that an illegal break? So there is a 3-point system on the break, meaning 3 balls have to cross the head string or a combination of pocketed balls plus balls crossing the head squiggle must equal 3. So if you score 3 balls, that's legal. If you score 1 ball and 2 balls cross, that's legal. If you pocket no balls and 3 balls cross, it's legal. So that's a legal break because the 1, 5, and 3 made it across. Falcon does not make them, I can tell you that. And the shaft will be right out of the gate a top contender for the highest performing carbon fiber shafts that are out on the market, if not surpass them, based on our research and technology alone. That's all the information I can give you guys. There needs to be some anticipation, right? Kids in China are not making them. I promise you that much. Not made by Rodell, no. You guys will find out eventually. I promise you guys won't get it. And I'm not going to even tell you if you do, but everyone that I say no to, I'm eliminating. So everyone's name that I see in the chat, it's all a no. I promise you, it's none of these people names that you're putting in there. Anyways, let's move on. Nope, it's not made by Nick either. Guys, I don't have prices, but I can tell you they're most likely going to be comparable to the carbon fiber shafts that are out there right now. Keep an eye on our Facebook for release dates, chances to win one, buy them, pre-order them. He's been playing with it, I believe, since February or March. So full time for the last 4 or 5 months with it. You're both wrong. I promise you. It is not Nick. Although he is a good guy. I know him. I met him in January. It is not him. Since about February, March, that's how long he's been playing with it. We dropped it off to him a Greg dropped it off to him personally in the Philippines or China. I can't remember when or where, but yeah. We got break cues coming and jump cues as well. Yeah. Dufferin, they're making their breakout brand release with the Pagulayan cue. No, it's not Dufferin. Although Dufferin was my first ever pool cue back in the day, but it's not them. Wow, this guy's really taking his aggression out. It's not like an APA point system. It's, I guess you're just joining, or I guess I didn't I usually give the rules every couple racks or so, but you get 10 points for a break and run. You get 4 points for a non-break and run just by winning the game. Anybody can pick up the 4 points by scoring the 9 ball. And if your opponent breaks dry and you run out from the 1 ball, you get 7 points, and you can cede a point to your opponent every time you foul. So if you foul, 1 point goes on your opponent's side. Every round, there's, I guess the easiest way to explain it is every round you get reset a life. So if you were in the round of 128 and you lose, but then you win, when you make it to the round of 64, you get your life back. So every round is double elimination. But I believe there comes a point where it just becomes a single elimination. And it might be this round starting the single elimination, because one of my sources from there, if they're correct or not, inform me that if we lose, we're out going forward. So 7 points for a golden break. 7 points. Very well said, Grumpy One. And you hit the nail on the head. A player can quit if they want, sure. They can concede. Why not? But there's 45 minutes left, you know, it's not, he's only down, let's just say, if he wants to make it close, 25 points. It's not unheard of. I wonder where he learned that shot from. A break and run is 10 points, and he can break and run. You know, he broke and ran the first rack of the match. So, but I think with his body language and his shot selection, he already took himself out of the match. Which is obviously amazing for us. But not so amazing for him, you know. I kind of feel for him in an empathetic kind of way. Yeah, I'm not saying, like, just when you see him get up there, like, he didn't wait for the referee to get out of the way. He didn't wait for Alex to get back to his chair. You know, he just kind of like one-stroked it, two-stroked it. So, yeah, for him to find the focus to break and run is pretty low percentage. Especially when you get to the table and he's already laughing like the world is against him. Is Alex one of the favorites? Good question. I'll leave it up to debate. I mean, there's super strong players left in this field. Super strong. Like I said, like 2 co-brothers are still in. There's some British blackball players that are still in, and obviously the sick Chinese pros are still in. So, you know, he's a favorite to make it out of the preliminary rounds, and he's on par to make it to these rounds, you know. And obviously, if you're shooting well, he's got a really good chance to take this tournament down, you know. He's played a lot of Duya events and a lot of Chinese 8-ball events and hay-ball events on these tables. But wouldn't it be nice if we can just snap this off one time, you know? Alex is not playing well with carbon fiber. Okay. I'll tell him. He'll switch maybe next match. Is there a link to the bracket? There is, but I don't believe you can get it. You need to have a Chinese server and a WeChat and special access to get the brackets. I don't even get them fully. I get screenshots of them from people and word of mouth stuff. It's very hush hush over there. This year in Hayball events, he's had a couple top 8 finishes, a few top 16 finishes, and yeah, in those top 8 finishes, he came pretty close. It could have gone either way, so it's definitely a strong contender. I believe he may have won some small local ones, like in China, like last year or even 2 years ago, but nothing as big as like these Duya events. I guess it's called Duya from the commentator and then correlating with the title. I think the tournaments are called Duya events. Like, I guess it's a Chinese word. I'm not sure. Does he play money game as well when he's in China? He plays exhibition matches. I don't have the information on stakes or whatever, if there's even gambling, if they're even gambling, but he does play exhibition matches against people. Some of them are streamed, some of them aren't streamed. Usually, if he has a week off or 2 weeks off from a tournament, he'll be invited to play exhibition matches. I don't know the details of them. Sorry, guys. So we got about 40 minutes left of match time, plus stoppage time. And I believe we're on rack 18. So I think we'll reach the 3-hour point before rack 30, is my guess. That might spontaneously combust him. You know, lots of reasons why I think we want to get this match over with. Obviously, it doesn't bother him that his opponent is doing that, but, you know, Alex would just like to finish him off here and get some rest. And I'm sure his opponent doesn't want to be there anymore either. So it's kind of a win-win. We're going to put a nice stroke on this. He might try and bank it and float the cue ball down. He's got a nice lead to do that with. Or he can cut in the side and come 3-4 rails. Or just stroke it with inside. When does Alex play again? We won't know until after the match. Until the whole round is finished, and I believe they do a redraw every round. My guess is going to be tomorrow at around the same time. But I could be wrong, and it could be like 3 hours after this one, but I'm pretty sure it'll be tomorrow around the same time. But keep posted to the Facebook page, and when we find out, you guys are the second people to find out. So well, there's your answer, guys. It'll be tomorrow. All business now. Just going through the motions for another half an hour. We get to watch some free stroking pool here by two different people. Free stroking for two different reasons. And I believe on the table to the right, the 66 to 61 score, 66 is to his opponent, Tong Lu, is playing on that table. Another Chinese professional. I will guarantee this will not be like last night with the heartbreaking loss. It's true, you know, you notice the little things like that. Even if Alex is down 50 points, scratching every time, he will still get up and help get the balls. He will, you know, it's respect for the game, and it's respect for your opponent, respect for the referee. But, you know, it's just another opponent that we got to get through. Good break. And I can tell you that there's no push-outs in this format here. You got to go for it. No push-outs. We're on the one, bro. We're on the one ball. Right? Aren't we on the one ball? Why isn't he taking ball in hand? Or is that the 5 ball? Oh, fuck, that's the 5 ball. My bad, guys. That was a good hit. See? Told you. I can't sometimes see the difference between the 1 and the 5. If he fouled there, I think he would have ripped the seat cushion off and thrown it. Yeah, I see that now. I thought the 5 was the 1 ball. Little trouble here. But the positive note is it kills time off the clock. Maybe he can see it. Going up to 70 points here, hopefully. I think that should solidify it. I cursed him. Actually, you know what? I still think we're going to get the 70 points. How about that? In this frame. How good do I call it? How good do I call it? Wow, he almost snapped his cue there. Did you see that? If anyone has rewind, I don't know if you caught that. You know, I might just give this guy the 7 ball. Just kidding, guys. Just kidding. I don't know if you caught that, but I can't rewind on these lives. But look, he's checking his queue. He's seeing if it's crap. I promise you. I promise you. He fucking... Sorry, I used the F word. We're allowed to swear here on the Pagulayan channel. It's okay. He bent it like a kind of like an Earl Strickland kind of blowout, and he's actually pretty lucky it didn't snap there. We're taking bets. Will it be snapped by the end of the frame? Yeah, I don't have the... I'm not watching on YouTube, so I can't rewind here. I mean, I can, but I'm not going to mess around with it. Let's enjoy some good pool for the next 20 minutes. If you have any questions, put them in the chat. You have my pick for the Florida Open. Let's see how correct I am. Any other random questions you want to put in there? About anything. Also share the stream and like it. And we will be back again for another match tomorrow. I picked Bernie Regulario to win the Florida Open. It's my dark horse. Eddie. He plays John Mora today. Or tomorrow. Today. Whatever. Tomorrow. Bernie is a pretty sporty player. I said earlier, I've been watching his matches since he was about 14 years old. Him and AJ Manis, I've been watching them come up. AJ had some visa problems. He couldn't make it. Well, look at that. Sometimes even a squirrel finds a nut. You know, that's pretty funny that you said that, you know, because Greg, who does these streams sometimes and commentates, someone else thought that he sounded like John Mora, and now you're saying that I sound like John Mora. Pretty crazy. Yeah, obviously we're rooting for Canadian pool fans are probably rooting for Canadian to win the Florida Open. So obviously in my deep down of hearts, obviously I would like Mora to win. I didn't know that Bernie would be playing Mora when I first picked him. So that's my excuse. Yeah. John is very monotone and deadpan. I agree. It's pretty funny though. Pretty funny guy. Who is he laughing at? Also, if you guys like my commentary, if you like hanging out with me during these streams, you can comment on the Facebook page. You know, my contract negotiations are coming up next week, and I need some backup here, guys. Thank you. I appreciate it. I mean, this is the fun part of the stream where we don't really got to do any important play-by-play. Because of the score line, because of the time left, because of the opponent, I think it's pretty safe. We can just be pretty casual right now. Oi. Oh. 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 Might have been some firewood there. Nobody in the next chair, but he's talking to somebody. I don't know. I've been there, bro. I've been there. I understand. I've eaten so much Pagulayan chalk, it's not even funny. It goes straight to my thighs. The green is a little bit more sweeter than the blue. Seeding is not in their blood, okay? It's like the Titanic. He's the violin player on the Titanic. He's going down with the ship. Laughing all the way. It's astronomically impossible. Not just mathematically impossible. Yeah. Terry, that's it's a good comment. You know, it's not out of the realm to do that, but I think that would just be pouring salt on an open wound. I wouldn't be surprised if he illegal broke on purpose there, just to give this guy more headaches. That would be a next level move right there if he did that, wouldn't it? What does Alex need to exert more energy for? He can just chill for 10 minutes while this guy combusts. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's the difference, you know. Let's say it was reversed and this guy was up 74-29 and Alex gets eliminated from the tournament, whatever. I promise you, he goes out into the lobby and he's signing autographs, he's taking pictures, he's laughing, he's smiling. I don't think his opponent's going to be doing that, you know? But I can tell you this much. I know that Alex wants this match to be over with more than the other guy for different reasons. We don't need this stuff. What round is this? So this is the round of 32. Now, there's two ways to look at it because I don't have all the details. Now, the next match could still be 32 the way they word it. If we win this, we're either in the final 16, or if we win this, that means there's 32 left. This could be playing to get into the 32. But there's not 64 players left. That's the thing. So we're either in the top 16 or we're actually in the 32 after this one. But that might do it. He might spread the balls. No. Self-control, bro. Self-control. Either way, it's looking good for us. I can't get brackets sent over because of server issues in China, and you need special programs. They're only available in China, so I get them in the form of screenshots and sources. As we one stroke our way to 79 points. He's probably going to concede, it looks like. Yeah. So Copenhagen one is what you're saying. So we might get an Alex co-match, you know, if we keep winning. One of the co-brothers we might end up meeting with. I'm actually banned from WeChat. That's another story. He's got a one-piece case for his queue. He's lucky that it's not, he didn't turn it into a two-piece case. But anyways, we got the victory, guys. Get some rest, come back tomorrow. It's not going to be as easy as this one was. All right, so we got both co-brothers still in. So with the redraw, we might be up against one of them, and that should be exciting. So keep an eye on our Facebook, on Alex's Facebook, for the time of the next match, but it should be tomorrow around the same time. I'll hang around for another few minutes, then I'm gonna get out of here. No problem, guys. Thank you for coming to the stream and hanging out. I'm going to be getting off in a minute or two, and stay tuned for the next match. Thank you for sharing it. Thank you for liking it. I think some of our regular streamers fell asleep. I didn't hear from them after the first couple frames. Hopefully we'll catch them on the next one. Anyways, guys, appreciate it. Check out Pagulayan.net for chalk gloves and apparel. And hopefully I'll see you guys on the next one. Good night, guys. Good night.
그래 왜 소주가? 아는 내외지. 結構気にやったですよ。
我只要大局。